Hello, my friends. Hello. I have a mic issue right now, so give me 1 second. For some reason, StreamYard again is not picking up my mic. Hang on for 1 second. What's up, StreamYard? Can you hear me now? Okay. All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. One of my pet peeves is being late. I hate being late. I hate being late, even though we're still a little bit early for court. Let me just pull it up and see what's happening over there in the courthouse. Did you guys see the TikTok that I pinned up to the stream that Laura from Croatia made after I mentioned that song, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me? It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. All right. Okay. We're here. Wasn't that song amazing? We're starting with Jen McCabe this morning, and then I hear that Kerry Roberts is going to be there and one of the Sullivan sisters. I'm not sure if it's going to be Marietta or the other Sullivan sister. Marietta or Laura. Is YouTube having issues today? Am I good, you guys? Because I'm not getting a proper count on here. I can't even get into YouTube. What is the deal? Another day, another technical difficulty. All right, we're good. YouTube is having issues? Yeah. Because I'm looking at it and StreamYard is only showing me a certain number of people. But there seems to be a lot more people here. I don't know. Are we breaking the internet with this case, do you think? Maybe that's the problem. Big time issue with the counter. Yeah, it says there's 300 people here, but when I looked before, there was over 1,000. I don't know. I think this case is making us all collectively insane. It is what it is. We had issues with the stream yesterday, too. We got that dreaded yellow dollar sign immediately after closing down the stream after 5.5 hours. So we're going to have pretty much a zero tolerance policy today on foul language in the chat, dirty words, etc. My moderators know about it because there's nothing worse than being live for 5.5 hours or 6 hours or 8 hours, and then afterwards, YouTube telling you that you're not friendly to advertisers, and then people are seeing ads anyway, and it's a whole big thing. It's a whole big thing. No, I don't do Rumble. I don't even know what that. I don't have time. I just don't have time to learn all of these other platforms. But you know, if YouTube is having issues and it's not just me, at least that makes me feel somewhat a little bit better. Tom was having problems as well. Yes, I want to highlight this because I tend to agree with you more than 100%. Good morning, Cricket. Says, I'm baffled at how the usual ones fail to see how wrong all this testimony has been and still deny any doubt. How can there not be doubt? I don't know. Do we have more logic than most? I mean, I still have no evidence. I still have seen no evidence from the Commonwealth that Karen hit John with her car, other than what purport to be admissions from a woman named Jen McCabe, who was cross-examined on the stand yesterday, and who finally had to admit that she never heard, I hit him, because all of her other testimony, including the 222 pages of grand jury testimony that she was confronted with, she has only testified to things that Karen said that were questions. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he alive? And then all of a sudden yesterday on the stand, she changed her testimony to say, I hit him. And I mean, anybody who's been following this case for a very long time knows a lot more than people who don't. And even the people who don't, who are just starting to watch it, are kind of like very confused about what this trial is about. Like, when are we even going to hear about what happened to Officer John O'Keefe? There's been no testimony about that yet. And it's just, it's like a case that's sort of meandering or moseying, you might say, its way to what exactly? Like, where's the, show me the proof. Show me the proof. We talked about this yesterday too. The probable cause affidavit had only 4 witnesses. Proctor wrote it. We learned yesterday that people are now starting to throw Proctor under the bus. Jen McCabe said, I didn't tell Proctor that. Proctor's probable cause affidavit for the original arrest in February of 2022 was based on the statements of Katie McLaughlin, who we then find out is acquaintances or besties with Caitlin Albert, son of homeowner Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and KERRY Roberts, who coincidentally was interviewed by phone on February 1st, the day after that flurry of group text messages about what KERRY's testimony should be. And then we listened to Jen McCabe testify yesterday about KERRY giving interviews at Jen's house, and Jen could overhear it while eating dinner. And she said, she's texting to the group, KERRY is telling them everything, all in caps. And then she tried to explain that away by saying, KERRY's a talker. She goes on. And listen for it today, because she says things in threes. She tries to get things in 3 times. 3 is the magic number. KERRY's a talker. KERRY goes on as she does. And remember that KERRY and Jen had only met one time before Officer John O'Keefe was murdered. One time, years ago, back in the day, Jen said, when John O'Keefe took them to Reebok to buy them all sneakers at a discount because he got a discount there, because that's the kind of guy he was, she said. Yes, Jen basically admitted to a conspiracy. And it makes me think, like, is there a bigger end game here than we know? Is there a bigger end game? Are the feds looking for conspiracy charges? Because all of that group text messaging and the things that they're talking about to each other, to perhaps it could look like getting certain people outside of their little circle. Did she call it the little circle? Their little circle, getting people outside their little circle to play ball, to get on board, to say what they want them to say. Jennifer Stockdale says that 3 is the liar's number. That I did not know. That's interesting. Will KERRY throw Jen McCabe under the bus? Says Kelly. I don't know. That'll be interesting to see too. I mean, she has said some kind of unflattering things about KERRY so far. She's a talker. She tells them everything. She never stops talking. She tried to get in there a couple of times how KERRY had some, unpopular opinions about Karen Reed, and she tried to get that in there a couple of times, that she was horrified by the things that KERRY was saying to the police. She wasn't asked about them. So who knows what she's going to say when she's asked about them. And she said she tried to get the harassment in yesterday 3 times. Did you pick up on that? All the butt calls. Yep. 6 of them. Tina. Hi, Tina. The butt call. Thanks for your super chat. There were 6 butt calls from Jen McCabe to Officer John O'Keefe's phone at the exact time that the Commonwealth says that he was incapacitated. And she claims they were butt dials because they never went to voicemail. But as Alan Jackson so skillfully pointed out yesterday, she would have had to touch that phone 14 times to get rid of those butt dials, and to prevent them from picking up before a voicemail, she would have had to make the butt dial and then hang it up. Butt dial again, hang it up. And it would have been easier, I think, for her to just say, oh yeah, I kept calling him because I really, really, really wanted to see him. I really wanted to see him. I really wanted him to come over. And he wasn't answering, so I just hung up. I didn't want to leave a voicemail. That would have been more believable than 7 butt dials on an iPhone that she says she was putting in and out of her pocket, in my opinion. I didn't prep her. Good morning, Lizzie Dalton. Saying my prayers for justice. Thank you for your great coverage and best mods. Thank you, Lizzie. Thanks for the 20. I appreciate you. Hi, Jimmy. Thanks for the 5. Finally, after listening to Jen McCabe's testimony last night, my hubby believes Karen Reed did not do it, so I won't have to divorce I'm telling you, people are so diametrically opposed on either side of this case that it's rough out there, Jimmy. Jimmy, you know how rough it is. You viewers who live in Canton or in the neighboring areas, you know how divisive this case is. Tell the viewers who are international how divisive this case is in your town, in your school, in your neighborhood. Good morning, Carly. Thanks for the 5. Watching Jen is like watching the evolution of the mean girl in high school to present day. Hard to watch and still makes your skin crawl. And it's so funny to watch the spin, from the other side that, oh, she's so credible. She's so believable. She's everything that's happened to them is so terrible. Yeah. If you live there, I think you'd have a better understanding of what's going on here than people who are just making videos on TikTok about this case and other places. And the whole Karen Reed is guilty. Show me one piece of evidence other than alleged admissions, relayed by Jen McCabe and maybe Katie McLaughlin. Show me one other piece of evidence that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Any car. Now show me that it was Karen Reed's car that hit John O'Keefe. Because if you think that a human body can shatter a taillight, we're going to hear expert testimony on that. And a lot of this may be battle of the experts, but I think a lot of the jury must be sitting there like, what the actual F are we doing here? Why are we here? What is this case even about? Because they haven't heard it yet. They haven't heard what this case is about. They don't know what it's about. Thank you, Life 360, for the win. For the 5, the rule of 3, it's used in persuasive writing. Oh, that explains it. She's trying to persuade, but she's not a writer, correct? I think Matt McCabe said she was a stay-at-home mom, coached basketball. I'm not sure what her education level is, but she's definitely trying to get that in there. She's going to try again today, I'm sure, to get the harassment in. And hopefully today we're going to hear about that 2:27 a.m. Google search. Haas long to die in the cold. And you can rest assured that the best is being saved for last, and that there's so much evidence that the feds have. The feds don't need subpoenas. They don't need warrants to get information on people. They don't need to make Rule 17 motions to get a third party's cell phone records or to get geofence data or ring camera footage data or evidence as to whether Brian Albert really did have Nest cameras at his house. They don't need anything. They can get whatever they want whenever they want. So who knows what we're going to see today? Probably a lot more. But I didn't think her snippy attitude helped her on the stand at all. At all. Tell me what you think. Do you think that the jury might have felt bad for her? Or do you think the jury saw through, the snark and the belligerence? And if you had nothing to hide and you were really, really upset about your amazing friend that you loved so much dying, and she said we were working with the police to try and find out what happened. I don't know. If it's my friend dead on the lawn of 10 years, I'm going to the hospital to pray outside his hospital room to hope that he pulls through. But, that's just me. I'm not going to go sit in the house with my family for 5 hours and then call KERRY for information. It just, I don't know. It rings hollow to me. Hi, Pam LP, and thanks for your super chat. Loved watching your coverage. I put my phone in my back pocket all the time, and I've never butt dialed anyone, let alone multiple times in a row. Yeah, let alone 7 times in a row, right? Hi, Mackenzie. Hashtag butt dialgate. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you, True Crime with Stephanie Michelle, for becoming a member. I think you're going to like it here. Good morning, David Reese, and thanks for the 5. Do you remember when she denied deleting calls? She accused Jackson of cherry picking. She admitted 20 calls were deleted. She did. Or she said something like, they delete in batches of 20. People do that. I mean, I don't do that. If I get spam calls on my cell phone, I block them and then I'll delete them just so they're not in my queue. But think about like the work that it takes to actually go back and do that with intention, right? And then she had to admit that she didn't willingly, because she kept saying, I willingly gave up my phone. I willingly gave it up. She didn't willingly give it up until February 3rd, which was 5 days after Officer O'Keefe was killed. So if there was some intentionality in there, and she went in there and deleted stuff, it would have taken an effort. If you're so broken up about your bestie dying, why are you thinking about even sanitizing your phone? Kind of doesn't make sense. Did anyone see Jen's house last night? Hi, Laura. I did not. I don't even know where she lives. Debbie Rose, thank you so much for the 5. Solomon Landscaping. Jen reminds me of Cruella DeVille. I'm glad she's not my wife. Thanks for the 10, Solomon Landscaping, and good morning to you. Lika Lagushka, thank you so much for the super chat. Record broken for most butt dials in a night in one fam. Yeah, there was a lot of them. Not only the 7 from Jen McCabe, and I seem to remember reviewing the cell data records with you months ago. And I thought there were a lot more calls than 7. So I guess maybe we'll get into that today. But yeah, because then Brian Albert butt dialed Brian Higgins while he was in bed with his wife, sleeping with their cell phones between them and his readers between them. That was funny. Then Higgins butt dialed him back, and there was a 17-second call. But Higgins testified in front of the federal grand jury. We're going to get Higgins this week too. I cut the stream a little early yesterday from Court TV, but apparently they said in court that next up would be, or Lally said, I think next up is KERRY Roberts, and then I think they said Laura Sullivan, and then Brian Higgins. So hopefully we're going to see Higgins this week. I heard there's no court tomorrow. Where did I hear that? Maybe the judge is going to announce something. I don't know. But again, this trial is going to be over by maybe Labor Day at the rate we're going. We'll see if they bring that up today. I saw it somewhere in passing, or somebody told me, or I can't even remember at this point, because I feel like my life is nothing but this case. I'm dreaming about it. I eat, sleep, and breathe it. And I get single thread on a case when I'm working on a case like this and covering it, because it's hard for me to divert and handle other topics. I just got a whole bunch of stuff from Rock Chalk on the Oklahoma, very tragic case in the Oklahoma Panhandle about the missing moms, Jillian Kelly and Veronica Taylor. And if there is no court tomorrow, hopefully I can cover that tomorrow, because I feel like some other cases are getting a little bit left behind. Kathleen, thanks for the 10. Good morning, Melanie. Those were the same calls she deleted are now butt dials. I think those are different. Are those the same calls that she butt dialed and then deleted? Yeah, because they were on John's extraction, but not her extraction. And I think that's what he was pointing out yesterday. And that's the reason why, because she deleted them. Good morning, Bernie. Thanks for the super chat. Just a thought. Brian Albert's wife stated in her testimony of changing doorknobs, not locks, when talking of the door not being locked. 3 hours, 8 minutes in. All right. I will have to go back and look at that. That's interesting. Doorknobs on like the front door. Sometimes the lock is built into the handle in a lot of these newer locks. So I think a lot of times now you change the whole door knob, and that changes the lock as well. I don't recall what that testimony was about, but I'll have to go back and take a look. Thanks, Bernie. Good morning, Carrie Brianna. A few people in the courtroom yesterday tweeted that John O'Keefe's dad left in disgust in the middle of Jen McCabe's cross. I don't blame him. I saw that too, Carrie. And I have not been able to confirm or deny from anyone who was in the courtroom. I don't think anybody who was in the courtroom wrote to me and told me that. But on second thought, I think maybe someone did. It's all blending together, you guys. What day is it? It's Wednesday, right? I think it's Wednesday. CPU Mod, thank you for the 5. They had a huge party at Jen McCabe's house yesterday, like 20 cars. This something live in, Lord help us. That's crazy. Here comes the judge.
I texted him, so I think we'll see him.
Thanks, CPU Mod 1.
Court is now open. You may be seated.
Judge, we'd like to adjourn.
Well, I understand counsel wants to see me, but can it wait? Can we get started with the
Thanks,
testimony? It's already 9:15.
We can with regard to 3 of the 4 issues, but with
All right, so I'll hear from Mr. Jackson about that since it's this witness. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
I don't know, because we would like to hear what you want to say. He said they have a couple of issues, but he wants to talk about one of them with regard to this witness now. Thank you, On Top, for your super sticker. I appreciate you, as always. Good morning, Leo, and thanks for the 5. On McCABE Cross, should they have asked Julie or Ryan about the Venmo referencing Frank and Beverly or irrelevant? It might be more prejudicial than probative because it really goes to, it's really about the judge. That Venmo payment, for those of you who don't know, there was a big exhibit shown in court one day during the motion to recuse Judge Cannoni from this case that the defense made, saying that she may have close family ties to some of the players in this case. And one of their points was that there was a Venmo, and they put up a big poster board exhibit of this Venmo payment from Julie Nagel to Ryan Nagel. And in the memo portion, it said for Frank and Beverly. But Beverly was spelled Beverley. And the judge, in denying the motion from the bench, which is something she rarely does, if you've been watching these hearings with me, said, I don't know these people. I've never rented out my Cape house, and I don't spell my name that way, and denied it. So I think it's more prejudicial than probative. I don't think it's relevant in this particular, in the Karen Reed matter, but it definitely went towards the argument for the judge recusing herself, which she declined to do. And that motion was not appealed by the defense. So there's that. Thank you, Debbie Rose, for your super sticker. I appreciate you. That's Karen Reed's mom and dad right there. Thank you, Justin, for the Cash App. So appreciated. And we're just waiting. Just waiting. Good morning, Lola. Jen said Kerry's daughter was friend with, I think you mean Lank, not his daughter, when she gave her testimony yesterday. Yeah, that was weird. She did say Kerry's daughter is friends with Michael Lank. Then it turned into Mike Lank.
You are unmuted.
And that was weird. We're back for day 2 of cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe. Karen looks really tired.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, my
117
friends.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Giannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. The county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job, so I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions?
So they had the air conditioning working today. I guess it was pretty hot in there.
Left yesterday. Everyone
Just
said
got
yes,
Wi-Fi
affirmatively.
a couple weeks
Were you also
ago.
able to refrain from doing any
right before the
independent
trial.
research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please?
Wow, Jason, that's bizarre. Jason says something about Don. I don't know who that guy even is. Don DePetra from Rhode Island was just on court TV, compared Karen Reed case to the Patriots. Deflategate.
I did.
Claims that all the witnesses are good people.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission. The same, Page document she saw yesterday. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He's hard to hear, I know. He's not near a mic. He's showing her the group
Your Honor,
chats.
with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Shocking.
Yes. Exhibit 98 from the record. Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
The exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Oh, would you come to
Here she
sidebar,
goes.
please?
The sound is okay on the judge and the witness for now, right? Another buddy's pointing out that Jen had a party yesterday. A party or an intervention or a friends and family meeting. She's already read, huh? Cherie, why didn't he ask if she'd talked to anyone overnight since they had 10 cars on the property? He may get to that. He hasn't even been able to really start yet. He's just talking about some group text messages that the judge said she wants to see now because she couldn't do that a minute ago when they were just up at sidebar. So there's that. Graphics Nut said, I'm taking a 5-day weekend. Maybe court is too. No, because there's court on Friday, but I hear there may not be court tomorrow now, or at least part of the day. I'm not really sure. Megan says, Ms. McCabe, did you discuss your testimony at the party you threw last night? But I do know that next week for Memorial Day week, they're off on Monday. They have court on Tuesday. Then they're off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I don't know what we're going to do next week, you guys, without this trial or with this trial for only one day out of the whole week.
Yes.
All right, so that will come into evidence, and jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She gonna throw Lank under the bus again? How do we know that he came back at 9 o'clock? She called him and she doesn't remember. You know she was prepped like hell. You know she was meticulous. You know she went through
Could you take a
everything.
look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Ooh. Terry wants to know if the jury gets to see the documents. Anything entered into evidence, they do get to bring back into the jury room for deliberations, and that's a great question.
Do you have that in mind?
I do. Yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it?
Well-
That paragraph.
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report,
Mhm.
what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Why?
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say
Mhm.
that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say, she, Karen Reed, I'm sorry, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Blank on this day.
He's talking about Proctor.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who?
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
Wait, Kevin Albert's
I
not
went to
involved in this
Elizabeth
case.
Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
2023.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of
I was
2023?
going to say harassment.
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they
I'm
hope
asking you
things.
why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this,
Um,
Mr. Jackson.
no,
the
it's
door's
not
open.
organic.
Your Honor, if she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house.
Oh, really?
The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
Really, Judge?
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls, people drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor.
So
Michael
just-
Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lanks. It was not Jen going to Michael Lanks. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked.
Okay, we're going to stop for 1 second. First of all, it looks like she got a tan since yesterday. I don't know if maybe the pool was open. They were having a pool party yesterday. Someone said there was a party at her house. I don't know. Danielle says, why would Jackson ask her that? Stupid on his part, in my opinion. No. He's got a plan for this. Just wait for it. He knew. I mean, we saw at least three times yesterday that she's trying to bring this in. He knew the judge was going to allow it. So he's definitely got a plan for this. So let's just watch the surgical precision with this, because he knew that she was going to get it out somehow and that the judge was going to allow it. And yes, it's now about her. Let's see if she can well up any tears for herself now, because she wasn't able to come to tears on anything regarding her dear friend, John O'Keefe. But I'm just going to take this back one question.
In this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor.
So
Michael
just-
Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lanks. It was not Jen going to Michael Lanks. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
The
And you
torture.
were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations
Oh,
over the last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. Do you, all I'm asking you is, do you, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
she's being very, very careful to not commit perjury. She wants to see everything before she says a word. Right, True Virgo says, so why not go to the police? Why not report it instead of talk crap with the wives? Talking
I'd
crap.
ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
She's talking crap with the wife of the lead investigator on this case, Michael Proctor. Not even just the wives. He gets her to talk, and then he gets to show her something to say, okay, well, you told me this just now, but look at what you told Tully
Okay.
back then about your visit to Lank's house.
You have that in mind?
Yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes,
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
is there a date on it?
How's the date going to help? You don't even remember the conversation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence,
Right.
but that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home
Mhm.
sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Eye rolls are not going to go over well with the jury either, in my opinion. Good morning, K Music Taylor.
Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had at some point multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Phone calls with Proctor.
Is this the, what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full ones that are highlighted.
Not a good look. This is the appearance
Specifically, there's a lot of calls
of
there.
impropriety.
There are
Maybe.
blue tabs. If you could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay.
She's like, how the hell did they get this? There's an internal affairs investigation into Proctor. They probably have all his records. These could be from a cell phone extracted of Proctor. Because the very limited Rule 17 motion on Jen McCabe may have been granted as to very specific short dates.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And therefore, this may be a lot more extensive than she thinks is coming. Oops. Like to see what excuse she has.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes,
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to
Okay.
do it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wow. Again, today we're at the oral
Okay.
surgeon's office,
First call.
because this is like pulling teeth.
Okay, first call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then call Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
So that is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Leslie said she needs burner phones.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with her?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
Ryan says, Melanie, what is Karen's best first move if
Yeah,
she's
well,
found
yeah.
innocent?
Yes.
You mean when she's found not guilty? She should go on a year-long vacation to an island somewhere and rest and recuperate
Okay.
and get back into good health, because she has many chronic conditions. She has MS, she has Crohn's, she's had many surgeries on her colon. And we can see, just like we saw in the Maya Kowalski case, the longer the trial went on, we watched Maya decline in health, in strength, in appearance. And it breaks my heart to see what Karen looks like today as compared to when this trial started, or even during pretrial hearings. I mean, some of you can't even sleep waiting for trial the next day, and you're not even personally involved in it. Just imagine what she's going through and how this is affecting her health and emotional well-being. So that is my advice. When she's found not guilty, to go on a long vacation and try and just rest somewhere on a beach. Thank you, Team Brittany. We need to keep the chat clean and classy today. Deletions and timeouts will occur for profanity, insults, personal attacks, implied drug use, YouTube ban words, etc. Thank you. And deletions. Jamie said comments last night on Court TV all loved Jen and said the lawyer was a jerk. I don't understand. I felt nobody liked Jen. Jamie, do not go to Court TV for chat. Do not go to Law and Crime. You will feel like you're being gaslit. Understand that many of these people that they call the McAlberts have 10, 15 sock puppet accounts each to terrorize people on Twitter.
Thank you, Tori.
and YouTube and other places. So when I hear her talking about that, about being personally attacked, I too have been personally attacked for simply talking about this case by
Ms.
them.
Meyer?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. Maybe they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute.
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay, understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm
But
sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea. I don't want to hold you to a number. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mhm.
And also, KERRY Roberts was there
Kerry Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Kerry Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I don't remember.
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is
Interesting.
that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, "You've
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023.
So the objection sustained.
Jury heard it.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January
just say yes or
29th.
no?
It's everywhere.
False statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Here we
Correct.
go.
So if there's GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring
Your
to?
phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
From
I'm-
Celebrite, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home. I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mhm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Did you actually Google searched it?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was,
After 2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
there's so many lies
Okay,
and
there's no
misconceptions
question.
on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, I just got to take a break here. She says she's wide awake at 2:40 a.m. Remember, she's been drinking since before the kids' basketball game because she testified she went out to meet some people for drinks and then they went to the basketball game. We know the basketball game is at 6:30 because they've asked that 400 times. So she's been drinking since before 6:30 p.m. It is now after 2 a.m. and she wants you to believe that she's wide awake. She wants the jury to believe she's wide awake. Now she's going to start getting into the social media and how they're still harassing her. And there's been trucks going by with that phrase, Haas long to die in cold. There's t-shirts, there's all kinds of things, but she's going to tell you that she doesn't remember what she Googled. Wow.
Use a phrase,
Yes.
Thermia Dewey. Did you actually Google searched it?
Objection.
I rewound it.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was,
After 2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
there's so many lies
Okay,
and
there's no
misconceptions on
question.
social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you really sorry?
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking. And she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
Oh my God.
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
and you literally to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this?
What you've put out to the social media?
Costs long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
It's been
because
everywhere.
you put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world
Turtle
happens to
Boy.
know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
Turtle Boy has entered the chat, everyone. Turtle Boy has entered the chat. Wouldn't take long for her to find it because she probably watches all of his videos and she's probably read all of his blogs. So let's just take that back a bit because she's claiming she has no idea what she Googled. And then she accuses Alan Jackson of putting that on social media. So of course she knows because he put it on social media. She's trying to get Turtle Boy in there. Come by hook or by crook.
I don't remember specific.
Or do you not?
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Say it.
Objection.
Sustained.
She won't say it. She doesn't want to give a soundbite to anyone, Aussie Insider. I'm looking at you.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
Really?
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nudge, nudge. Say no more. Say no more. Your wife, is she a goer, eh? Eh? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Say no more. She won't say it.
Back upstairs.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're, that should be.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Can we bring our clerk back upstairs? What's Jimmy doing in the basement? Nobody puts Jimmy in the corner.
Look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Did you see this, the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
Trouble ahead, trouble behind. And you know
Yeah.
that notion
Yes.
just lost my mind.
Is
Just
that
crossed my
Madam
mind.
Court reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, good. We're going to get to see it on the big screen, everyone.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. You know this. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you, exactly, you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both spellings, both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that. No.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did. Yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings. So I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Miss McCabe? You had the result.
Right.
Why the second search?
Yes.
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
She was shaking you now?
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says hostile to dying cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the
2:27 a.m.
2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
Looking at the
But
jury.
you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was hostile to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says hostile to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
Deleted.
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrate report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
2:27 a.m. search was deleted, according to Celebrate.
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Okay,
But
we're
you
just
deleted
going to,
that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone.
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is
Family and friends.
he? Is he not
Objection.
your?
Sustained.
he's not your family, is he? Wow. We knew this was coming because we've been covering this case for a long time. But if there are any new viewers in the chat who didn't know anything about this case and you're watching this case for the first time, there's been a Celebrate extraction. of Jen McCabe's phone because, as she told you yesterday on the stand or the day before, or many, many times, probably at least 3 times, she handed her phone over willingly to police. She claims not to have deleted anything other than some text exchanges between her and her daughters that she claims the detectives told her she could delete, which Scott, my moderator, who's a retired detective, NYPD, says no way in hell would any detective ever allow her to delete anything from her phone before handing it over. But in any event, what we have just been shown is a Celebrite extraction of Jen McCabe's phone, wherein she Googles at 6:23, how long T-die, T-I-D-I in C-I-K-D, and at 6:24, Haas long to die in cold. She's claiming that that was made at the behest or request of Karen Reed when they were sitting in the backseat of a police cruiser praying together. And she claims that her hands were freezing and they were shaking because she has MS, Jen McCabe did, and Karen was screaming at her, Google how long it takes to die from hypothermia. So she claims and swears up and down, deny till you die, that these searches were made at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. We learned a very, very long time ago, and there's been a lot of talk about this for those of you who have been following the case from the get-go, that at 2:27 a.m. she opened up her Safari browser when she claims she was looking at basketball, this new basketball team, and she misspelled the search initially at 2:27, Haas long to die in cold, which was then deleted according to the Celebrite extraction. Jackson says you were nervous and you deleted that because you knew that if it was found out that you were Googling that at 2:27, less than 4 hours before Officer John O'Keefe's body was found dead on the lawn of your sister, you would be implicated in his death, and she's going to deny till you die. She's going to claim the Celebrite report is wrong. And you guys have been mentioning Natalie, the lawyer chick, in the chat. And I love Natalie and I love what she does. And she is a criminal lawyer. And this is the first time she's looked at this case. She does nightly recaps sometime. If you have not watched Natalie, lawyer chick, you're missing out. Check it out. Her facial expressions alone when she starts hearing about this stuff is mind-numbing. She says that as a criminal defense attorney, she uses Celebrite all the time and that they are never wrong. Celebrite is the gold standard for extractions. So Jen McCabe wants you to believe that she did not Google Haas long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. clearly, because it would implicate her and or her family in the death and or murder of Officer John O'Keefe. And she wants you to believe that it absolutely no way in hell happened. She didn't do it. Maybe she'll say her phone did it, but she didn't do it. And taking that back, just one question
You acknowledge
for emphasis.
in John O'Keefe, did you
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
Sustained.
He's objecting to his own.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not what I
search.
asked you.
Wow.
The one according to the Celebrite report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You'd agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
He said you'd agree that's awfully convenient for you. Objection sustained. I wouldn't even know how to delete a
Okay,
search, she
Mr.
says.
Lally?
Thank you.
That's all I have here. That's it? Okay, well, that was it. That was the grand finale. The grand finale was the 2:27 a.m. search. Haas longed to die in cold. He wasn't family, was he? That was great. Then we heard Lally objecting to his own witness's answer when she said family or friends. She tried to muster up some tears there when she was talking about her dear friend, John O'Keefe, who she loved, but they just didn't, the tears did not fall. So the grand finale is the 2:27 a.m. Haas longed to die in cold search that she admits was the only one deleted, claims she would not know how to delete a Google search. However, it is worth pointing out that her husband, Matty McCabe, is an IT professional. That's what he does for a living. You decide. Just like the jury will decide. The jury is the finder of facts here. And the jury will be the one to decide whether or not they believe Jen McCabe and whether or not she did indeed delete that search at 2:27. And we will hear from some Celebrite experts as well. But let's hear Lally Flop now. Try and rehabilitate this witness. What's the over-under on whether he can do it?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
The sighing. Oh,
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asking questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location or time or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
okay. So now she's not an expert on Celebrite, clearly, and she doesn't know how to delete any Safari or Google searches, but now she's an expert on Life 360. Really? Okay. The coughing continues.
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know that, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting at about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
He wants a different
Do you
answer.
know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Sustained.
How would you describe
Sustained for the
manner in which
defense.
you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move, or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different?
It was in one place, and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time that you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
no,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
no.
Let's bring up Bella again.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Fight.
Now,
Gotta bring
you're
up the
looking
fight.
out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Of course, he's got to point out the last place that you saw Karen's car is where John O'Keefe's body was found. Taking that back for one question. Because, of course, that has to be the theory, right?
From that area, the secondary area up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
Because that would be too
And
obvious.
it's fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from a storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
How does Lally think this is good for him? How does Lally think that this witness saying that it was Karen's idea to go back to 34 Fairview is helping him? She knows, Jen McCabe has testified that she saw Karen's car outside. She saw it 3 times. She kept going to the front storm door to look out, and she saw it 3 times, even though she's not good with cars. Now she knows it was Karen. She swears it was Karen's Lexus SUV. She knows she saw them there. She doesn't call her sister in the morning from her house to see if for some reason he made it there. And now she's saying it was Karen's idea to go to 34 Fairview. So therefore she must be guilty. Karen was the first one to see the body there. Therefore she must be guilty. Is anybody else having trouble connecting these dots? Are these the dots that they expect the jury to connect? Because it means nothing to me, other than if she happened to know that the body was out there in the cold, she obviously wouldn't want to be the first one to see it, because in her mind, that would be too obvious, right? So help me, please.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockamock. Is that right?
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockamock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
Hockamock has entered the chat. Is that Hockamock? Okay.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockamock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then,
My kids would yell at me for having multiple tabs open on my phone. Is this on her phone? Why are your kids looking through your phone? Hold on.
different topics.
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockamock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
So you left it open, you didn't exit out?
Multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
Okay.
So then, flash
But-
forward.
She just testified that she turned her phone off. Does anybody turn their phone off at night? I never turn my phone off. I don't even think I know how to turn my phone off. Right, Michael, exactly. Does she turn her phone off? And she did not X out of the Safari search, even though her kids yell at her to, she's adding way too much information. It's going to give a lot of material for recross. So she actually turned her phone off. I'm going to take it back a second. I know this is boring, but I just want to be clear.
To bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
Turned off your
And
phone.
Did you X X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockomock?
No,
No.
I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No,
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
not really. No.
Do you know what a wall file is?
No.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
No.
Do you know what a knowledge profile C database is?
No.
Do you know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, sidebar, we have a chance to catch up here. So she taught 5th grade at some point in her life. Christy, a painter's daughter, excellent comment, says, wait, she did get a call from John's niece early in the morning and put Karen on the phone at about 4:53 a.m. How did that happen? If she left her phone off, if she turned off her phone, how did she get that call? That's a great point.
Oh, 4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
But your phone was
So
off.
what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they
Okay.
got into a fight.
What a bogus question. What's the first iteration of the story that the defendant tells you that night? Okay. You want to go there, Lally?
On the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
Confront her?
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, oh, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there.
Changed multiple times. I don't remember. You remember everything else. Jenny, Jenny, who can I turn to? She's going to have a hard time remembering now what she's already testified to. But you can bet that Alan Jackson hasn't forgotten what she's already testified to.
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, oh, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a
Telling
plow
other
hit him.
people.
The story changed multiple times.
Telling other people what? He's asking you specifically about the call that you got in the morning from her. Now you want to ramble on about everything that was said all day. That was not the question, ma'am. I know you want to give a narration and your narrative. You want your narrative out there. But again, the question was about the phone call.
that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
She
It's
knows.
fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So what,
They did say it was from John's voicemail, didn't they? Again, am I being gaslit? Didn't they say it was from John's voicemail and the extraction of his phone? And now she says she doesn't know. They didn't say, but she does know. But she's afraid to say that she does know from other sources. But I'm pretty sure they said it was from John's phone.
fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's two other people beyond that as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected and you said you got bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
Not John, not Johnny, not JJ. She's over with Mr. O'Keefe. Ooh, Lally's
You mentioned
lost.
that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, at some point you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
Mm-hmm.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And at some point you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as are you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert and Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
Why? Why would she have Lank's number? Julie, who brought the donuts and coffee over for little Bri-Bri's birthday, had Lank's number. Why did she know? She knew that he had Lank's
Or
number.
Ask some questions about, when you were on scene and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the morning, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
I just want to get the date of this testimony.
Form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the morning, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
June of
Do you
2022?
recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
I don't know if you said June of 2022 or June of 2023. 2022 would be the state grand jury. 2023 would be the federal grand jury. Maybe we'll know more. Lally's trying to get out that she said a variety of statements, and therefore, even though nobody ever wrote it down and she never testified about it, she's now changing her testimony to say that Karen said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, rather than the questions, did I hit him? Could I have hit him?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified.
2023.
Correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of your, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
Not the question, ma'am. You know you reviewed your grand jury transcripts, all of them. You probably have them memorized. But now you're going to remember something differently. Sam says, I live in New York and I'm wondering if I hit him.
Just the bottom of the first page and then into the next page, if you could just review.
I'm wondering if you hit him too, Sam,
Page again,
because
Mr. Lally.
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
could be any one of us at this point.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, is your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Oh, Katie McLaughlin?
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, Lally, stop leading.
With respect to that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made. And it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight.
Threes.
And then her, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Everything's in threes with her.
So with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
So did she lie to the federal grand jury for the first time?
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that date, did you meet
Yuri.
other troopers in the state?
Yes,
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
yes,
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it, yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier as far as things to do, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. So you willingly gave up your phone to Yuri when? And, so the Life 360
I'm showing you a document.
is accurate
I just asked you to look at it. Look up.
on your phone, but not on Allie's phone. So only when you want it to be accurate, it's accurate, right? Because they used the Life 360 data from her phone in the probable cause affidavit to arrest Karen Reed initially on February 1st of 2022. Because she showed Yuri her Life 360 and said, oh, look, this is what time we got there.
Gentlemen, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your
Correct.
phone. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll move the sequence to submit as the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, Kenny, can't use it as a sword and a shield. The Life 360 data.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital. And I was just looking to see how John was doing.
Now, you had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy
is John O'Keefe's mom.
I'm going to allow it.
It's
and
hearsay.
Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything,
Peg is going under the bus, my friends. Peg is going under the bus. They're going to have to call Peg now to the stand. Is she on the witness list? I don't think so. Look at her looking right at the jury to try and convince them that Peg is the one who told us we should write a timeline. So yeah, Kerry and I wrote a timeline, but it's, it wasn't for our testimony. It was because Peg, John O'Keefe's mom, told us to. Wow. Throwing a lot of people under the bus. Lank, Proctor. Now Peggy, you're going to really drag Peggy into this? The grieving mom of your dear friend, John, who you loved so much, whose ear you've had for the past 2.5 years. Poisoning her against Karen, some people have said. Okay, let's watch this again. Looking right at the jury.
Getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had,
No, I'm going to allow it.
and Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning
When the time
when
comes?
the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
When was this?
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring
Mrs. O'Keefe,
to? John's mother?
John's mother, correct?
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. So that would have been the first time.
Yeah, that's
So the
hearsay.
time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Okay, that's the only thing that Jen McCabe has signed during the course of this entire investigation. The only thing that she has signed. She never signed a statement for Canton PD. She never signed a statement for the Massachusetts State Troopers. She has never signed a damn thing except for the consent form to willingly hand over her phone. I don't want to rewind this because it's so painful listening to Lally-Flop ask questions, but if somebody could put in the chat what they said the date was that Kerry talked to Peg, and that Peg, the distraught mother, told them that they should make a timeline so that they don't forget when the time comes, she said, meaning this trial. So they already had Karen under the bus, and now she's throwing Peg under the bus. What was the date of that suggestion from Peg to make that timeline? If somebody could put it in there if they know. I don't want to rewind. Ick. 29th, the day that Officer O'Keefe was found dead. They want us to believe that on the 29th, that same day,
During that time, you
Peg said make a
indicated,
timeline.
that
Okay.
you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson.
Wait a second. What now? The door's been opened? Hold on.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
A statement that horrified
From
you in
Miss
some
Roberts?
way from Miss Roberts, talking about the relationship between between Karen and John.
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson.
That means you can answer.
So basically, Kerry is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
Yeah, basically, Carrie's a talker. We've heard that 1,400 times so far. Carrie goes on and on and on. She says, as she does, she's a talker. All he's asking her is, what is the statement that you heard Kerry Roberts make that you were horrified by? Defense objects. Judge says, you opened the door, it's coming in, and now she wants to give a narrative. Let's hear what it is. She's so horrified by this.
okay, she said something like,
Something like,
John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
wow. Wow, that's what she heard Kerry Roberts say to the police. That's what she's going to say. She overheard Kerry Roberts say during that Zoom call or that phone call when Kerry Roberts was sitting in her house and she was eating dinner. Evil is as evil does. This is what horrified her that Kerry Roberts said to the police. We got to hear this one more time. We're only a little bit behind. something like, she doesn't even say this is what she said, something like, oh, and she's trying to make Karen out to be so jealous that it would cause her to murder her boyfriend. That's what they're trying to do here. This is all new information.
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
Okay. She said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
Boom.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
Oh, I can't wait for recross. Go ahead, look at your notes, Lally. Here come the feds. Here come the feds. Are the butt cheeks clenching up right now, thinking they might be coming for you, Jenny, Jen?
Let me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m., and you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
Was John in the
He
same
had
clothes?
jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
Objection.
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the
Jessica, not only did she smile when she made that statement, she took a deep breath as if it was her moment, as if she was just getting ready to say this and couldn't wait to say this and couldn't wait to be asked about it. Jessica said she smiled as she said it. She couldn't wait to make that statement in front of Karen. Evil.
defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had called for?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
How would Karen know where you lived?
As far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officer on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Refresh my recollection, chatters. Did Matt McCabe say in his testimony that the plan was for him and Jen to go to Tom Beatty's house? Because I don't remember Matt saying that. I think he said he made some coffee or went down for some coffee and was angry or annoyed because Karen was screaming. He was afraid she was going to wake up the neighbors. But I don't remember him saying that he and his wife were going to get in the car and go look for Tom Beatty. How would Karen know where Jen McCabe lived? They were not friends. She didn't even have her phone. She didn't even have her phone number in her phone as a contact. She had to go to the niece to ask the niece to call Jen. Doesn't make sense.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
And How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the
Is this about the harassment? Hold on. They're going to try and get this harassment in one way or another.
with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Was it sporadic or how often?
Frequency of the harassment.
Daily, sometimes hourly.
How about objection because this has nothing to do with Karen Reed? The harassment that she may have suffered at the hands of people on the internet or social media has nothing to do with Karen Reed and this trial. But if we want to conflate the two, you're only drawing attention to the fact that people out there on the interwebs under fake names believe that you and your family had something to do with this murder. You're drawing attention to that. So when you think you're helping yourself, in reality, you may not be helping yourself. What say you?
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Sustained as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else will stand.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to point out that what is happening, if this is happening, if what she says is happening, is horrific. It is horrific. I do not condone any of that behavior at all. People are writing letters to her daughter's colleges. People are calling her. I do not agree that anyone should ever do that ever. I would not encourage anyone to do that ever. And I would not condone that. That is horrible. It is horrifying. What people said to her daughter coming out of the courthouse the other day, horrifying. I don't know if that's true. I don't know who these people are. I would ask everyone to not do that. It's just wrong on every level. Nobody should be bullied, harassed, or terrorized. But I do not think that this testimony has a place in the trial of Karen Reed, because it is not Karen Reed who is doing this to her and her family.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior. No.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent to that?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling round Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that?
Turtle Boy, but Turtle
So
Boy,
that day in July,
Turtle Boy.
a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, you know, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, I don't know, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
Was Maddie
Prior to
upset
that,
that
you
they
had
were
any
going to
conversation?
bother the neighbors? Was your husband upset that all of this screaming and yelling outside was going to bother the neighbors? That's my question for you. Although I do think that is horrible. I don't think anybody should have to go through this. And I know because I am being personally terrorized on Twitter, which I went off of because I've just been talking about this case. But again, it does not have a place here in this courtroom today. And both sides stipulated that they wanted this out of the trial. They did not want to let it in. They did not want to let in anything having to do with Aiden Carney or Turtle Boy or this rolling rally or anything that these other strangers have been doing to her family, Jen McCabe's family, because there's been no adjudication of any claims of harassment. None of these claims are against the defendant, Karen Reed. It is more prejudicial than probative. And both sides, the defense and the Commonwealth, stipulated to keep it out. Judge Bev said, well, no, it's going to be up to me. If a witness brings it up organically, it's coming in. She tried, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 7 times for it to come in organically. And finally, the judge said, it's in. So now she's going to go on and on and on about it. And I am sure that Alan Jackson has a plan of how to handle this. So we just have to be a little bit more patient and wait for it.
With Proctor and the other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence.
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of pole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever was going to happen.
Yes.
So the state troopers knew it was going to happen. They did nothing to protect
were
you?
asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's some misspellings, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb.
But do you make the same exact error at 2:27 a.m. and then at 6:23, 6:24 a.m. when you realize you did that the night before and it could incriminate you? Do you spell it wrong at 6:23 and then try and spell it the same way that you spelled it at 2:27 and then delete the 2:27 search? Okay, let's blame MS. Which, by the way, you generous people in the chat raised $1,755 for one day last week when you donated, and we had an amazing benefactor make a matching donation to MS Research on behalf of Karen Reed. So, okay, let's bring your MS into it now.
So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
Not surprised that you would misspell it?
When you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or hockey?
Objection.
Sustained.
Prestige Worldwide is the amazing viewer who made that donation on behalf of all of you to MS Research at Brigham and Women's Hospital. So if you see her in the chat, Thank her.
One moment, John.
Yes.
Take all the moments. She wants to be the victim in all this. Now we have a recross.
Called on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times.
12
about the
times.
Statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit it, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike
Oh
Lang.
my God.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Sustained as to that. Next question.
Jury
please,
knows
Mr.
too.
Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
Oh.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It
I'm
is.
sure it sucks to be harassed.
Sucks.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, I hit him, to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, I hit him, to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
She's always got to quantify it or qualify it. Always.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications
Yeah.
with your children.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
Including Atty, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
Correct?
So part of that is objectionable and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter, Allie, was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that. No.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
She
Oh.
deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, finish. Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Allie?
Objection.
That's been answered.
Is that a yes? Okay, this is important. Here's why. Before she turns over her phone willingly to the police on February 3rd of 2022, she claims that the detective told her she could delete all of the text threads with her children She deleted that text thread with Allie that we saw screenshots of when Allie testified about the timeline when she was picking up Colin allegedly at 34 Fairview. Those were screenshots from now we don't know where because she deleted everything off of her phone. Remember those text messages between Colin and Allie on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th? She's walking right into a trap here.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Kerry Roberts made during her interview, that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything, I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Kerry Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that.
So if you didn't know Kerry Roberts, why were you going with her? Why were you in her car going with her to Lang's house the next day, dropping off her daughter? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
That was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You
I
tell
love
me,
it.
ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't, Your Honor. I'll grab it.
She told them everything. And then the response was, I love it. Into the group chat.
Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
Yeah, no, he's got to get this in. He's got to have time to find this. Because I don't know that we heard that I love it part. Give him a minute to find it because this is an important piece. And you know that Ms. Little, right there, no relation, is going to find it. And we are now going to see it. Did we hear that I love it part yesterday? I don't think we did.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
We
What
just heard up to.
pages, please.
169 and
She told them
the second page,
everything.
if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Gentlemen,
Yes, I do.
may I? Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying, this girl could write a book, or this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I approach the court?
Sure.
Does that make sense? That after Matt says
Nowhere
this
in
girl
that
could write a
text
book?
chain Did you say something along the lines of,
Sorry, I was
"Oh my
talking over him.
goodness, I'm so horrified." Did you?
I don't want to talk over him, so I'm going to stop for a second. Does it make sense to you as a mere jury member that Matt McCabe would text into the group, this girl could write a book? And then Jen would say, I love it in response to that. And then say she's telling them everything, all in caps, double exclamation points. Or do you think that I love it was referring to she's telling them everything, all in caps, exclamation points?
Those were on phone conversations.
Along Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, "Oh my goodness, I'm so horrified." Did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, "I'm so horrified." Did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
Because you didn't want to text it. Because you said you didn't want to text it.
You were asked on that morning January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically,
She was screaming frantically in the back seat
frantically.
and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Right.
between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip
It was because she knew where he was. Wow. So she realizes it's not really working out so well for her today with her text messages, with her Celebrate records, with her Google search at 2:27 a.m. And she is now going to tell the jury that Karen Reed knew where he was. Wow, wow, wow. Just when you thought you wouldn't see a bigger biatch on the stand today, you're seeing it. You're seeing it live with me. Remember, she was in shock and horror. But now, because desperate people do desperate things in desperate situations, she's going to come right out and say, yes, she knew where he was. I'm rewinding this because we need to hear this again. Anytime she can get a dig in on Karen, she'll get a dig in. And for some reason, the screaming between Kerry and I and the texting is not a big enough dig. So now she's going to add in some new information. Here we go. Oh, that my freeze frame game is on point. Wow, just wow.
client. As you approach my client,
The coughing.
searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for
Yeah.
John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically,
She was screaming frantically in the back seat
frantically.
and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Right.
between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how
sucking her
she saw
thumb.
John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The
Mhm.
whole point of that trip was
She knew
to
where he
look
was.
for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34
Yes or no?
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John,
At
correct?
34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was
Yes or
there.
no?
She did.
Okay, yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct question?
Oh my goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was 5 minutes ago.
Did he ask, did you
Objection.
see something?
Let's read it back.
You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
Let's
You were
read it
asked just
back.
a second ago by Mr. Lally, if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. If Karen Reed wouldn't have jumped out of the car, she wouldn't have even stopped. She didn't even call her sister to find out if John was there. Jen is the one who told Karen they were there last night. Her testimony is so all over the place. She claims when she first got the call from Karen, Karen said, I last saw John at the waterfall. We had a big fight. And Jen said, no, I saw you outside 34 Fairview. And now she wants the jury to believe that Karen knew that he was there. That's why they went there. They only drove to 34 Fairview because Karen said to. And if Karen hadn't jumped out of the car, she wouldn't have even stopped the car. Are you kidding me right now with this? One more time. Let's just get her correct out of that. It's like pulling a wisdom tooth under anesthesia.
Something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
You like
So,
to
Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to see the board.
Okay, this recess might be a little bit longer. Does anybody else feel like they need a shower after listening to that? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? I feel like I need a shower. That could have been one of the sleaziest witnesses that I've ever seen. We need to take a deep cleansing breath, and we need to go to the chat. And oh boy, can't wait to hear what Kerry Roberts has to say after this, because Kerry Roberts is going to be coming up, and she's not going to have a chance to talk to Jen McCabe. She's not going to have a chance to go over the timeline with her and all these new things that came out. Thank you, Maureen, so much for the super sticker. And Lynn, thank you so much. Susan, thank you for the 10. Please say it ain't so, as to what you mentioned yesterday with regard to the fact that John's mom will never forgive Karen. I don't know. That was a comment made by one of the chatters. I don't know. I don't know the family. I don't know the parties involved. I do not know. Megan, thanks for becoming a member. Maybe somebody in the chat who knows the family can mention that. Somebody in the chat yesterday said that John O'Keefe's mom, Peg or Peggy, has said that even if Karen is found not guilty, she will never forgive her for killing her son, something to that effect. So maybe if someone in the chat knows the family and has any information, I can't confirm or deny that because I don't know that to be true. Megan, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. And thanks for the 5. Try being a non-McCabe in Canton, getting tortured and having your kids bullied. I hope you're not speaking, Ann, from personal experience. I hope you're not, because that hurts my soul and my heart. And I'm sending you all the love and prayers if that's going on with your children. That's terrible. Paige, thank you. Elizabeth Proctor, who takes gifts for her husband. We don't know if there was ever an exchange of gifts. We know that Julie Albert texted Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, tell your brother I want to get him a gift when this is all over, on the same day that Karen Reed was arrested. Charlie's Angels. This is from Karen Reed, investigator. I'm not sure what we're going back to on that one, Charlie's Angels, but thank you for the super chat. Thanks, Virginia, for being a member for a month. Says Jen is salty already, and it only got saltier. Sharon, thanks for the 10. Y'all, the truth, this wouldn't be happening right now. Just tell the flippin' truth. All that's happening in their lives, they created. You can't make this stuff up. Thank you, Sharon. Life 360 for the win. Thank you for giving 5 memberships. And to those who were gifted the 5 memberships, congrats. Shelly, thanks for the super chat. I want to complain to whoever is above Auntie Bev. I don't, there's really no recourse for general citizens to complain. I wouldn't suggest it. I wouldn't encourage anyone to make complaints against the judge or any of the lawyers in this case or anywhere, really. Charlie's Angels that says there's a bomb coming was handed over today. Oh, okay. Charlie's Angels there's a bomb coming. Thanks for the intel. Long time, first time, Melanie says Michael Mantell. Thank you. Thank you. That's goes back to the old radio shows. Long time listener, first time caller. Thanks. First time chatter, Michael. Welcome. Keeping it reals. Did she put Explenda in her coffee? Thanks for the super chat. Keith Johnson, thank you. Could Bev be at the grand jury on these half days? I don't think so. She has a full docket on her civil. She's a civil judge now, so she may have other things to tend to on Tuesday, Thursday afternoons with all of the other cases that she currently has on her calendar. So I'm not really sure. Charlie Lynn, thank you for the 5. Surprised she didn't say she butt dialed the search. Yeah. No, she's saying she looked at basketball scores, went back to the same browser, and then typed it in the morning. But I'm sure we're going to hear from at least more than one forensic expert who's going to say the time is the time. And imagine if the time wasn't the time in a Google search, how many criminal cases would have to be overturned when Celebrite is the gold standard of cell phone forensic data and has been for many years. Suzanne, thanks for the 5. If you're all keeping score, Proctor, Tully, Lank, Julie, and the grand jury transcript and Celebrite are all wrong, and Jen McCabe is right. Thank you, Suzanne, for pointing out things that we need some clarity on. And we need a little recap on, because we're all going insane collectively together. What do they call that? Fallait à deux? David Reese, thank you. She turned her phone on with her butt. That's what they want us to believe, because she turned it off that night. Austin Thinker, imagine being married to her and having an argument. No, I can't even. It makes my head hurt. Joyce Carlson, thanks for becoming a member. Thank you, Prestige Worldwide, our amazing benefactor. Thank you. Jen is testifying for the public. The public isn't her audience. The jury is. That's why I believe this went so poorly for her, plus 1,000 other reasons. Thank you, Prestige Worldwide. And also for your donation to MS Research on Karen's behalf, and the viewers here who contributed $1,755. You're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. Thank you. Ben George, thanks for the 10. Does she really have MS, or is she just putting herself on par with Karen to play the victim? I wouldn't put it past her. There was testimony that John introduced Karen to Jen because they both had a MS diagnosis. I think that was through another witness. So I do believe she has MS. Buzzing for Truth, thank you. Find this woman vile and repulsive. And again, the opinions of my viewers are the opinions of my viewers, and I do not necessarily share in those opinions. Has to go out there as a disclaimer. But thanks, Buzzing for Truth. One Step Beyond You, thanks for the 10. Those buses in Canton never miss a witness. Yeah, they're all getting thrown under the bus. All of them. Lank, Proctor, Mrs. O'Keefe today, Peg. Karen's been thrown under the bus since the beginning, but now Jen McCabe is throwing KERRY Roberts under the bus. So I think she's up next, I hope. Madam Roz, thanks for being a member for 4 months. And this is just the prosecution's case. Wait for it. Remember, that's what Yannetti said in opening. Wait for us. Thank you, Donna, for becoming a member. And M.E. Lennon, thanks for the 10, the super sticker. Thank you, Maureen, so much for the Cash App. And Justin, you guys are awesome. I have the fan up, so the fan is still up. We're not missing a beat. Don't worry. This is the morning break for the court. If you're just tuning in, Jen McCabe went nuts on the stand. Her 2:27 a.m. search was brought in, and we know that it's going to be confirmed by an FBI expert that indeed that search, Haas Long to Die in Cold, was made at 2:27 a.m. So she can deny it all she wants, and she can talk about Turtle Boy, Turtle Boy, Turtle Boy, and harassment, all the horrific things that her family has been through. The 2:27 a.m. search, Haas Long to Die in Cold, we're going to hear expert testimony about. We also heard some text messages between Jen McCabe and the group that may go towards a federal conspiracy theory, perhaps. Matt McCabe said, this girl could write a book. Jen McCabe said, I love it. She's telling them everything, all in caps. When she was overhearing or eavesdropping, depending on who you listen to, on KERRY's telephone interview with Proctor, that was happening in her home, right in the other room while she was eating dinner with her kids, she says. What say you, my good friends? If you haven't seen it, I pinned something in the chat, a TikTok that one of our amazing viewers, Laura, from Croatia made after I mentioned the new Taylor Swift song, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me, and how I felt that it really resonated with me and this trial. And she made a really cool mashup. So it's pinned to the chat. Check it out when you have some time and let me know what you think. Can't open it? I don't know. Can anybody open it? Oh, intel from inside the courthouse. Robin McGowan says Kerry Roberts was waiting for Jen in the basement by the elevator just now. Dave says they really need to open the door for the FBI investigation. Yeah, we haven't really heard a lot about that. They've had to couch that part of the testimony very carefully and say things like, you remember you testified in front of another hearing in what is it, 2023 date, June 2023. So we know that that's the federal grand jury, but the jury in this case does not know that. And that's at the direction of the judge. It's the way it was required to be kind of kept from the jury. So there's that. Thank you, Emmy Lemonin, for your $10 super sticker. I appreciate you. And Heather, thanks for becoming a new member. Writes on. Here's a good point. Never once have I heard any of these witnesses say, maybe it was an accident. I think it's safe to say they all hated Karen even before this tragedy. It feels like it, doesn't it? Anthony Santiago, didn't someone testify and say the feds? Yeah, wasn't that Ryan Nagel, I think, when he was asked, did you testify sometime in June of 2023? And he's like, oh, was that the feds? And they quickly glossed over it. But they weren't allowed to dig into it anymore. Cherry Bakewell. They live amongst us, and that is scary. I cannot stand bullies. It was Tristan who said that? Tristan didn't say a lot. Tristan didn't say much at all, so I'm pretty sure it was Ryan Nagel. Tristan didn't remember anything. I don't think he was called to testify in front of the federal grand jury. I don't think, but I'm pretty sure it was Ryan Nagel. People are saying, yes, it does, meaning you can open the TikTok. Yeah, it's really fitting, I think. The lyrics and the montage that she put together of clips from the trial as it plays over. It's not the Taylor Swift version because I think you probably can't use that on TikTok, but I'm not quite sure. Greg says he needs an exorcist. The chat's moving quickly. But Greg Wilson needs an exorcist. Feels like that, right? It's 11:36 here on the East Coast, so I don't know what they're doing with this break. We were a little bit behind, so I don't know how long the break's going to be or what time they're going to break for lunch, but we're here for it. Shelby says there was no compassion for Karen during the searching for John that night. None. That speaks, or should I say screams at me. Yeah. And Laura says that song is stuck in my head now. I know. It's such a haunting song, isn't it? Who's afraid of little old me? Well, you should be. You should be. You should be. Rick says, I'm surprised that Tristan even remembered his own name. Yeah, Tristan didn't remember anything. And somebody told me, and I don't know if this is true, that Caitlin and Tristan got engaged over the weekend. I don't know if that's true, but you guys were putting it in the chat yesterday a couple times. I had to go back and watch the chat because after the yellow dollar sign came up on the stream yesterday and nobody was seeing commercials, I went back to go to the chat to see if there was anything I needed to delete that could have been picked up by AI, because everything else during the course of yesterday's 5.5 hours was really, really clean. I don't even curse on this channel. So I don't know. They posted it to Instagram, their engagement, Melissa. So I don't know. Michael, Bev said this break would be a little longer. She needed to talk with the court or something to that effect. John Monagle, hello. Haven't seen you in a while in here. Caitlin and Tristan got engaged. Colin posted it on social media, even though he doesn't have social media. That's right. Colin testified he's not on any social media, and then yet he was being bullied on social media. And Colin is the one who posted it? Really, you guys? Really? Can this get any crazier? I don't know. Hi, Charlene. Thanks for the 10. Jen forgot to mention that her sister, Denise, and Chris Albert mailed people in Canton a vile, threatening letter. Nobody did anything to any child, including Jen's kids. Charlene, you must be local and you must have the local info on this and intel. So crazy. If she lied on the stand about people writing letters to her kids' colleges. Beata says that they will get married in jail. Can you have a jailhouse wedding? I don't know. I'm asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. Can you have a jailhouse wedding? Oh, yeah, you can. You know why? Because Gypsy Rose got married in jail. I remember that. Or prison. She was actually in prison. Okay, they're coming back. Here comes the fan.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close back.
All right, so jurors, I waited until the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this one, all the instructions are important, but this one's important, so I want you to focus on it. Now, you heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe. The evidence is relevant only insofar as it goes to the witnesses or to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much. So,
Okay.
Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. KERRY Roberts to the stand.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Buckle up, friends. So that was a good instruction because Jen McCabe testified that the harassment did not start until April of 2023, which is when it became public knowledge that she had made that Google search at 2:27 a.m. Haas long to die in cold. So all of her actions prior to April of 2023 have nothing to do with harassment.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now again, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You take the stand.
Here's Kerry, my friends. I had no idea what she looked like. Thank you, Anne, for the Venmo. She called me brilliant. Thanks, Anne.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kerry Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long?
I'm just going to put a reminder up. No comments on the witness's appearance, the witness's looks, body shaming. We're not going to do that here. We're better than that. If you want to talk about their demeanor or their testimony, that's great. But let's not be rude and vile the way they are in other chats about the looks of the witnesses. Thank you so much. Love you guys.
How long have you been doing
17 years.
And your husband Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator,
And how long has he been doing that?
maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday,
So 28th.
Friday the 28th,
Into a
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school,
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey. So they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were.
Okay, Lally-flop, all you're doing here is reinforcing how entrenched Kerry Roberts is with the O'Keefe family. She's known them practically all of her life. The kids do everything together. This isn't going to really help. This is really going to go to bias. So go on with your bad self.
T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick. Is that right?
Correct.
Eventually, she passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
And after she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. And I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh, yes, daily. Mhm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows Lawn, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You were familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And
Interesting.
so you would help.
Interesting. He was working at an office registering sex offenders. I wonder if that has anything to do with his death. Just putting it out there.
About as far as picking up his son, what, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee and I sort of got Patrick. So
Miss
John was
Lally, you
gonna-
have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies.
I'm actually hearing them okay. Are you guys hearing them okay? Remember, she's a chatter, a talker. Let's see if she starts talking. So far, she's a little bit less talkative, but
And then
when she gets nervous, she might talk a lot. We'll see.
through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people.
But
So
as
it
far as
depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort of role would you have, or what if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that he did?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Really?
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her.
A random.
And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. And I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And
No.
do you recall
But-
one about that?
Okay. You could see already the contempt in her face, in her voice, every time she talks about Karen. It has come out, I believe, in prior testimony that she went to homecoming with John when they were in high school. Has she been pining for John all these years? Is she? Does she not like any girl that John ever brings around? Natalie Merchant, jealousy. She sang about it. What year was this?
And I are going to stop by.
Now, at some point, did you
Rewind
become
it.
aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. And I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
What year?
July what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
No, not after. I'm sorry, but in July of 2020 here in New York, we were still in the full throes of the panty, as we like to call it. We were not allowed to go anywhere. We were locked down. I don't know what your Massachusetts regulations were, but I think in New York, you weren't allowed to have any more than 10 people over your house. Like, it was really, really strict here. And I remember because I had 3 kids at the time who were in middle school, and it was horrific. So these people are having parties at the height of the panty in June of 2020, July of 2020, because remember the world was locked down in March. So I maybe you guys had looser restrictions there. Maybe they didn't care, but it was pretty much a summer of loneliness, at least down here in New York, for the children.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot. So I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had for socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together. But the 4 of us never went out.
So Karen was really focused on the kids.
For clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
I'm sorry, just me for your loss. So sorry.
Yes.
So Karen was real involved with the kids in their sports, driving them around.
That evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the 2 of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke. Do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered it.
This in a different way. As far as at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or no?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh, shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, about what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you were speaking?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just
You don't know how to
with
ask a
reference
simple
to any
question.
prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Okay.
She's
So
looking
you
at
answered the
Lally
phone
like he's an idiot.
sometime, right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Kerry, Kerry, Kerry. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No,
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
very loud. She woke my husband who was sleeping.
So at the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes,
And then afterwards, he's awake.
correct.
Now,
Just like Maddie McCabe woke up to the sound of Jen, she says her husband, Kurt, who's already testified, he was at the bar that night at CF McCarthy's, if you're keeping score, with John before Karen got there. And then when Karen got there, her husband, Kurt, was also there. She says Karen called her and said, John's dead. Kerry, 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 3 Kerrys. And it was so loud that it woke up her husband. Okay. Again, in threes, notice.
what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
She remembered that word for word.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next one?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself. I'll go look for him or something.
Oh boy, she's a talker. She's a talker, except for when it came to talking to the police, because she never told anybody, any of the police officers during any of the statements. She just made everything that she just told this jury, that Karen called back and said, I'm driving. I'm going to look for John. Wow, just wow. This is all new information. The snowplow stuff, I think we heard before. John's dead. Then she said, something's happening. Then she said something like, I'm afraid John might be dead. I'm afraid he got hit by a plow. He didn't come home last night. And I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, but he would never leave Kaylee alone. I remember we saw that somewhere, but this is new. So let's take a listen to this new information.
That you just testified about, and upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself, I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
Oh,
All
you're gonna
right,
get
so
a
next
DUI.
question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same throughout the rest of the day was the same.
He wants you to repeat it.
Do you indicate to her that she needs to go home? Is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather? And what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that,
Why would you ask if there had been any car accidents? He didn't have a car. She drove, she had the car. Why would you be asking specifically about car accidents? I don't know. I have questions.
just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make the phone call initially to Canton Police. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Good was on phone duty that night, remember?
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's, and
I don't think she knew Jen. How did she know where Jen lived?
I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking two cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows. So we went to the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why wouldn't they just leave a car at Jen's house and all go from there? Because apparently, according to Jen, it was Karen's idea to go to Fairview. So why would they have to go all the way back to Meadows? Okay, so it's her idea to go back to Meadows? Okay.
Before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you are sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you
Stop
had
coughing.
mentioned, that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I'll allow it.
With regard to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he's got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes.
Reebok is back
So
in the
she-
chat.
John and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the Hillside for lunch.
Oh,
That
this
was
is
it.
the
I wasn't friends with
timeline
her.
that she and Jen
That's
made,
on
the
Monday.
exact same story. They went to the Hillside for lunch. She remembers it. It was way, way back in the day. Way back in the day. The only time she's ever met Jen McCabe. And yet, miraculously, she shows up at her house. I heard Eliza Little make an objection, so she will be doing cross. Free Billy Tibbetts. Free Billy Tibbetts. If you know, you know. That didn't sound too scripted or rehearsed. My friends did it. How many times do you think they ran lines before this testimony?
You had programmed in your phone as a contact. Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that point?
I've picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
A time or two.
So you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing.
Okay. All new information, and we can't even digest. She is a talker, but she's going to keep talking. First thing, first discrepancy. I guess she didn't stick to the script because Jen McCabe said, Karen pulled into my driveway, left the door open, and came out screaming. And then Kerry Roberts pulled up along the street, and then there was a plow behind her. So Kerry had to pull up to let the plow go by, remember? Yeah. And so, but this witness now, Kerry is saying she pulled into the driveway behind Karen. Did anybody else pick that up? We're going to dissect this one little nugget at a time. So hang on. She's never told any law enforcement this elaboration. She's also was never really interviewed very well
Jen,
in the beginning, which is why the fam wanted to get to her before she gave that February 1st statement to Proctor and said, you know, is anybody going to be worried that she's making up a statement after the fact? And I don't know if she testified in front of the grand jury or what she said, but this is all new information about what happened when she pulled up to Jen's house, who she had only been to a time or two before, picking up Kaylee once or twice. But she shows up there, says she pulls in the driveway, which is not what Jen said.
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth.
Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I thought they were outside screaming. Okay.
So I can hear them.
That's not what Jen said. Jen said they got in the car. Kerry followed, and then Kerry called them on the car. Remember, there was all that talk about Bluetooth. Okay. Discrepancy number 2.
Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about?
Okay. So then she says, I don't remember seeing him at the Waterfall. And then Jen says, what do you mean? I saw him at my sister's house. So again, why aren't they going to 34 Fairview right away and or calling Nicole and Brian Albert to see? She's trying to make it out that Karen was so drunk, so drunk, so drunk. This is the drunk testimony. Nobody anywhere saw Karen drunk.
And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Okay, it's a blizzard at this point. Is this when you're actually now driving? Because you're still on the phone. You never hung up the phone. You didn't call. Like Jen McCabe said, you called while they were in the car. And Jen's driving because Karen's hysterical. So Karen tells you about that tail light. And then you look at the tail light when you're still at Jen's house and you see that there's a big piece missing, but there's a blizzard and there's snow caked on it. Everybody got that? All right, moving on.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Mr. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, is that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed.
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how?
No, Julie, they're in Jen's driveway when she's making the observations about the taillight, she says. He's clarifying it. I know it was unclear.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And
can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damaged?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again.
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park?
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
And when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving and Miss Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
And what kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer.
Do you recall what color it was?
Dark gray.
And as far as Miss Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV.
Do you recall what color that was?
Black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
exhibit number 2. We're going back all the way to exhibit number 2.
His house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate trail what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes. I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, but the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house in Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be? To the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry. That's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are two garage doors, one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct? You're familiar with this house? You've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as what, if anything, were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what, if anything, is in behind?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there? You know,
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
They need to
and
ban the
as you
coffers from the
entered
courtroom.
into, this garage, what, if any, access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion or any other occasion, any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to equipment?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
No footwear in the
Is
house.
that something that applied to people who live there as well as people who are visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe as that a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from the driveway.
Yes, that's Karen's car and my.
So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car. And John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle with it all.
Because Jen McCabe, on her direct testimony, said that as soon as they got to One Meadows, which is where they are in the driveway, they all got out of the cars. Karen brought them around to the back of her car and said, "Look at my taillight, look at my taillight," and showed them the taillight right away in the driveway. And tell me, and was screaming also. This Ring camera also picks up audio. You could hear sort of the wind and the snow. But tell me if it shows what Jen McCabe testified that it was going to show before Jen McCabe knew there was Ring video footage of this, because she testified or gave a statement to this effect very early on. So here you go. Here it is.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe's?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage door?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud, and take off your shoes and go out?
Correct.
Okay. Jim McCabe's testimony was that when they pulled up, the door was open. The right garage door was open. The one that did not have the old-fashioned car that Kaylee didn't like. This witness, Kerry Roberts, has just told you she doesn't know if the door was open when they got there. It had a keypad to open it. But she does know that it wouldn't close when they were leaving. I don't know what all of this garage door testimony is about that Lally keeps trying to elicit. If anybody has any clue about what he's getting at, please let me know. Is he trying to say maybe she backed into the garage door on her way out? She wasn't used to parking in the garage. Michael Camerano told you that. That John made a clear spot for her to pull into the garage that night because he knew there was going to be a nor'easter and he wanted Karen to be able to park in the garage. If she wasn't used to parking in the garage and she was freaking out the next morning that he wasn't home, could she have backed into the garage door or the frame around the garage door on her way out before she hit John's taillight? What is he trying to get at with this garage door not closing? I don't know. If you have an idea, let me know.
And when you came into the house that morning and you entered into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did
The shoes.
Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
Oh, the horror.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video.
Were you in shock and horror when she didn't take her shoes off? Because you didn't look at the taillight there, like Jen McCabe said you all did. Shoe slander. Thanks, Kate. Were they in shock and horror that she didn't take off her shoes? It's not showing what Jen said it would show. So the fact that Lally played this right after Jen's testimony was a little bit confusing to me. She testified on direct. They got out of their cars. Karen brought them around to the back of her car to say, look at my taillight. They all three looked at it. And then they went inside.
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
Right.
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or,
That's something you did in your presence?
yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
Oh, yeah?
So as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there.
Obviously, it wasn't when you got there. Obviously, it wasn't. You're not sticking to the timeline, sweetie. You do remember it was a driveway, but now that you were just confronted with the video showing you all three walking into the house and Karen not taking off her shoes, you have to say it's not that driveway. So now you're going to have to go back to Jen McCabe's driveway. So let's just take it back for effect. She's adding a lot of stuff here that Karen said.
Beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him. But now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Okay, Lally Flop, do you have video of that? Love to see it.
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight of area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out. And I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
And
On the garage door?
now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes. What happened then?
I started looking. Jen started looking. Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. And Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go.
Now,
He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Correct.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was at that time?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? So you know.
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
Okay. I want to go back to this piece of metal because somebody's saying, ooh, that's going to be the scratches to John's phone. I thought she was talking about the garage door. That's why I wanted to take that back a second to see if she's talking about the taillight with the metal or if she's talking about the garage door with the metal piece. So hang on.
Look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him, but now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out.
Piece of metal?
So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
Okay. So she thinks someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something. A piece of metal sticking out from the taillight. Somebody said in the chat, this is how they're going to say the scratches happened. This is new information. Yeah? Anyone? Right. Thought it was cracked. Nobody else mentioned any sort of metal sticking out. So we're moving on to back to where we were. But I thought she was talking about maybe the garage door. But no, she says there's a piece of metal sticking out from the taillight housing. Sort of what if anything. Okay. Karen was just standing in John's room. She knew that Patrick was at a sleepover. So again, why the wellness check? Sorry, I'm trying to find the spot where we were.
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Right.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? You know?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
She knows nothing. She's so
You were in
hysterical,
the
but she knows where
downstairs
Patrick
area
is.
of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No,
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom. So I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other
closet.
two bedrooms and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
In the closet.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of two other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room.
Yes. What was it used for? Space?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
And did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendant's at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Used to be. When was the last time you were there? 10 years ago? You think she's crazy and you look in the closet. Thanks, Kay.
With the court's permission, would ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92.
Julie always goes in the closet when she passes out from drinking.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage that way.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. McCabe's driveway when you saw it that morning?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
Caked in snow, but you saw a metal piece.
So, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 93. Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Really? How can she recognize what's depicted in this photograph? I can't tell there's a person standing here. There's a reflection of a person. There's some more reflections over here. It's the side of I have no idea what's in that photograph, but she's going to be able to identify and authenticate this photograph. Are you kidding me? This could be anybody's car from anywhere. Okay. Do you guys see all the shadows and all the reflections? I have no idea what that's even supposed to show. Is this supposed to be a dent right here? I don't know if you can even see my cursor on the screen. Is this supposed to be a dent where it looks like an eyeball? It looks like there's some sort of reflection. I have no idea what this is supposed to indicate, but this witness is going to tell you that this is exactly what she saw in Karen's car. Are you kidding me? All right. The jury is the finder of fact here. Not me, not you. Let's hear what she says.
We have a closer up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
It's not the same area.
In this closer up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that morning?
Yes.
Is it the same area? Is it the back or the side of the car?
Permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see some more dash cam footage from the morning of.
30 seconds. Right from there. Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. You recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen from this video.
That's John's house.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. You recognize what's sort of in front of the camera in this particular portion of the video.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just using the laser pointer direct the jury's attention where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Essentially the same position is not the same as, are they in the same position?
Okay.
But it's depicted in each of those photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
What do you mean by depicted?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection? No objection. All right, thank you.
Billy Tibbetts.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
She saw a dent on a car that was caked with snow. Apparently I'm confused. Because they were able to find the crime scene tape inside the Sally Port because they couldn't find it to secure the scene for, I don't know, 10 to 12 hours after there was a fallen police officer found on the lawn of another Boston police officer whose brother was a Canton police officer. Couldn't find any crime scene to secure that crime tape to secure that scene for 12 hours before MSP got there with the CERT team. But well,
Your
it's
Honor,
locked
with
in
permission, I would
Sallyport.
ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Here comes the crime scene
Okay.
tape. Show us your whole exhibit list.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the car from the property, correct?
Yes.
This is appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior.
Yes.
Ms. Dillon, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that morning. Okay. You can take it.
Anybody else see that big dagger of metal sticking out? Because I didn't.
Now you go look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview.
Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview, my friends. Let's say it all together. What did Jen say? Jen said it was Karen that insisted we go to 34 Fairview. In fact, if she hadn't jumped out of the car, I wouldn't have even stopped. Oh, Kerry, Jen's not going to be happy with you. This is like Heathers. Do you remember that old movie, Heathers? And all the Heathers were the girls in school who were really, really mean. There was a Queen Heather. Heather's not going to be happy with you, Heather. You were supposed to say Karen was the one who wanted to go to 34.
If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes. Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
Lie. Lies, yeah. Put it in the chat, please. Lies, yeah. Because Karen already told Jen when she called her at 4:53 a.m., I left him at Waterfall. I don't remember anything else. And Jen told her on the phone next to Matt at 4:53 a.m., no, Karen, I saw you drop him off at 34 Fairview. Why would Karen then say to this witness, Miss Roberts, that she still believes she left him at Waterfall? Heather's going to be really mad at you, Heather. Heather, you're not sticking to the script.
Sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes. Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
Oh,
And to be clear, Bolivar Street you're talking about, that's Bolivar.
Yes,
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what if anything did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What if anything did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
Do you go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to this date if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
okay. Is this going to be something
What
new?
I'm going to
No.
ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, if you could play it for a minute. I could ask him to stop right there. Ms. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal, consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around, going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes,
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could. Positive right there. Now, Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on. And I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
She wouldn't put her
As far as
seatbelt on.
Screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know.
Who brought up Bella first, Kerry? Who brought up Bella first? Poor Ashley is coming back into this case. Ashley is Bella's mom, and apparently John and Ashley dated a long time ago for a short time, but Jen made sure to mention Bella and Bella's house, go past Bella's house to perhaps poke the bear, jealous Karen, to give her a motive for murder. That's what they want you to believe. And so she says, Karen said, Bella's mom never liked me, but wasn't it Jen that brought up Bella? Hold on.
What, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
Oh, so Jen brought it up first.
Do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't
What
recall.
street were you on?
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So
Get
when
it
Jen
out.
was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived.
Oh,
John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
So the two of them, the two Heathers, and now her tongue is out of her mouth too. I'm on point. Aussie Insider, get a screen grab of this one too. I'll even take down the closed captionings for you so you can get a clean screen grab of this one because you did such a great photo montage of all the witnesses in the trial with their tongues sticking out. And it's amazing to me that Heather and Heather are bringing up John's old girlfriends on the car ride to look for their dear, dear friend, their amazing friend. I mean, Kerry's known him since forever, since at least high school. They went to homecoming together. Jen McCabe has known her for 10 years. It is amazing to me that they would bring up in front of Karen, who's hysterical, two of John's old girlfriends while they're in the car looking for him. Really? Is this what the Heathers do in Canton? And they want you to make you think that this is just a normal conversation and they're just using it as frames of reference for where Kerry should go to get to Jen's sister's house because Kerry doesn't know where Jen's sister lives. The dance instructor, Bella's mom, all the people that John used to date have to be brought up during this conversation. Are they gaslighting Karen just like they're gaslighting us and the jury? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe.
Just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his...
Just to be fair.
Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So, like,
So, almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe that
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be.
Mhm.
So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door
And how was she kicking the door?
with her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked
Child
over
safety
and I
locks?
didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
She's crazy.
So as the time you're driving down the road, had you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, had you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No,
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is that?
the driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just plan on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, she wouldn't take off her shoes or put on her seatbelt. Therefore, she's a murderer.
What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could you just press play for a moment? Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
With the pointer.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, just play for about 6.5.
Do you have a problem? Huh?
And you can see Karen looking frantic. And that's Jen with her because Kerry has the fur on her hood.
positive there. Individuals on the screen again. They're just using the laser pointer and direct your attention to those are.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Take that down. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point, the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
Baby blankets? Does she have a
Is
baby?
that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me take you back sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
Did you flip him over?
I recall you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
They didn't flip him. He was on his back.
So you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him at that?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Like he had been punched in the eye. Again, she's testifying just like the first responders did that it was only the right eye with a golf ball. One of the first responders was very specific and said it was on his forehead like an egg on the right side. She's again saying only the right eye, as if he had been hit by a car or as if he had been punched.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket.
So you knew he had a cut on the back of his head. None of the first responders, none of the paramedics, not one EMT, not one paramedic noticed that cut on the back of his head. But she noticed it because she put blankets under his head. And then she took away the evidence with her and was shaking out those blankets before she put them back in the car. Okay.
That was under him, under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
The rest of his body, separate from his head area, what, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around, is the mouth to mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth to mouth?
I don't remember which was first. Or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrived?
I don't know. Wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
Why does he have to repeat everything the witness
After that,
says?
where did you-
That's what takes so long.
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing and where was Ms. McCabe and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
Trying to make her look crazy.
And so you're over by the car and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
So closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know.
Speeding it up a
where
little
is
bit.
he in relation to the roadway or
So behind.
the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road.
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like You couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
Rule of
Again,
threes.
in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time.
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was
Oh.
grass.
The phone.
Now, as
Here's the phone. The phone was under him in the grass. Okay. All right. I'm sorry I sped that up because I want to hear this in normal speed. I didn't know she was going to be the one to talk about the phone. This is the first we're hearing about John's phone. I've been wondering this for days. When are they going to find John's phone? Because none of the first responders found it.
taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
So none of the first responders who scoop him up into the scoop stretcher see his phone underneath his body. They missed it. They all missed it. None of the first responders mentioned it. She knows, or she's been told to say, that she found the phone underneath him or saw the phone underneath him after he was already being put in the ambulance. She's never said this anywhere to anyone in any testimony ever. I can't wait for Cross either.
Now, as far as from where he
Rewinding it.
is, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
To an ambulance.
As he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
It was grass
Now,
and his phone was under
as
him.
far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
Really? We've seen
Everything else is
photos.
covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been opened?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you,
She just pointed to the lower back.
In the middle.
and when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
She picked it up and put it in her pocket. They're at the crime scene. Her friend is found on the ground, possibly dead. She was doing CPR. She's CPR certified. She told you that. She knew whether he had a pulse or not. And she decides she's going to pick the phone up and put it in her pocket and give it to a first responder. I'm sorry if I'm blowing out your ears right now, but this makes me livid if this is the first time we're hearing this. Wow. I'm rewinding in a second.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No,
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
no.
First responder asked if she had it.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
But put them in the cruiser because that's when they were
What kind
praying.
of conversation did you have?
And that's when Karen told her to Google it.
McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead.
Okay, but you just had Karen and Jen sitting in the back of the cruiser, Googling and praying. And now she's outside grabbing your jacket? Okay.
And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point,
Oh, the three of them were holding hands and praying now. That's not what Jen McCabe said. Heather's going to be really mad. You went off script. Jen McCabe said Karen and Jen McCabe were sitting in the back of the cruiser holding hands and praying. And that's when Karen asked her, how long does it, Google, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? And Jen McCabe's hands were frozen and she has MS. And that's why she misspelled it and she did it in the car. Kerry says all three of them were praying though now. Oh, Heather, you ruined the script.
Beamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point she had blood on her hands and she told us she had her period.
Mhm.
So I think she was just in a state of shock maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood.
Mm-hmm.
That's John's.
That was in the original statement, so she had to stick to that.
What happened
Then
then?
the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Miss Reed go? Where did Miss?
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. But next question.
Hold on. Did Erin say that Karen called from the scene? I didn't think that Erin said that Karen called from the scene and then Kerry grabbed the phone. I thought that was at the hospital. So this is a little bit different.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Miss McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right. So why don't we end this now for now?
Yeah, why don't we end this now? Because I feel just like Coffee Cafe here. I am so confused too.
Yeah.
Did they say what time they're coming back?
All rise, jury up.
Do we assume they're coming back at 2 o'clock? We were a little bit behind, so I don't know if she said that. Oh, look at Liza Little chomping at the bit to get to Cross on this. Alan Jackson is mad. Looking at me, he's mad. Alan's getting mad. Alan's getting upset. Alan's getting upset. And we have the fan. Can anybody just confirm for me that they're going to come back at 2? If you know. If you know. Well, that was a spicy morning. Let's see. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks for the super chat. She is evil. I want to reach in my phone and shake her. I think that was when Jen McCabe was still being crossed. Kathy Todd, thank you. Did Jen really lie on the stand? Ha 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 ha. Thanks, Kathy. Thank you, Mo, for your super sticker. True Crime SP Erica, thank you for the super chat. Cross will, as always, be so fun. Dennis Ballin, thank you so much from Canada for the 20. Great format. The insight wades through all the lies. Sometimes I feel like I know too much because I've read all the statements with my viewers. We've gone through all of the motion papers, all of the testimony that we could get our hands on. And so I do know a lot, and I try and sprinkle it in there when I can. So thanks for appreciating it. Keith, thank you so much for your super chat. Is Bev to be formally invited to the grand jury due to these pauses in the Karen Reed case? I don't know. We've heard the federal investigation is still ongoing. So is that grand jury still impaneled in the federal case? We do not know, but interesting insight, Keith. I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you for your super chat. If Karen left John at the bar, how did she know how to get to Fairview? I have so many questions. Right. She got to Fairview because Jen McCabe was giving them directions on the phone, was giving John directions on the phone. We know that. She testified to it. Amy, thanks for your super chat. Jen said Karen showed them the taillight at John O'Keefe's house. That's why AJ showed her the video. I don't even think it was AJ that showed her the video. She was showing it on direct. Lally showed it to her. That's why I was so confused. I'm like, why is Lally showing the video depicting exactly the opposite of what Jen McCabe just testified to on direct? I was so confused. Amy, thank you again. Karen's dad said the exact same words that she said. She thinks she hit something. We're going to see video later of her backing into John's car in the driveway. It's going to be up to the jury to decide whether or not it looks like whether the car's made contact, and that's how she cracked her taillight. But again, this witness, KERRY, is now saying there's pieces missing. And this is all new information. Cross is going to be spicy. Terry, thanks for the 20. Thank you so much. So generous. One word, karma. The mean girls tactics of these two is just beyond words. Yeah. It's like that old movie Heathers from the 80s, I think. Heathers. Winona Ryder. Who else was in that movie? Thank you, Laura, for the super chat. When they came to me to tell me my baby brother passed away, I acted just the way Karen was acting. This is not bizarre. How cruel to imply. Otherwise, I'm so, so sorry for your loss, Laura. I'm so sorry. Nobody should lose a sibling or a child. Sending you all the love and prayers. Thank you for giving us some insight into that. Lisa, thanks for the 5. I 100% bet Jen told KERRY that if they hadn't spent the time switching cars and at John's, they might have been in time to save him. 100%. So you think that's how Jen got KERRY to cooperate, because she's blaming KERRY for the delay and forcing them to go to Meadows? That's an interesting theory. Susan, thanks for the super chat. KR went to school with Officer John O'Keefe and friends longer than others. Her ex-boyfriend said she's the neediest person ever. This is about KERRY Roberts, and broke up because she was so smothering and was obsessed with John O'Keefe. I don't know if I said Karen Reed at the beginning because KR and KR. So let's be, it could have been me. But KERRY Roberts, says this Susan, went to school with John O'Keefe and friends longer than the others. Her ex-boyfriend says she's the neediest person ever and broke up because she was so smothering. She was obsessed with John O'Keefe. Well, that gives us a little insight into where she's coming from and her mindset, right? Her state of mind. Bodine62, thanks so much for the 20. They remember nothing that may help Karen, but remember down to every period and comma what they believe makes Karen appear unhinged. These women are horrible. Thank you for that. Nina, thank you so much for the super chat. Do first responders normally ask for phones? That's a great question for some of the first responders in the chat. I can't believe that KERRY Roberts is testifying that after John was taken away onto the scoop stretcher, she's the one who noticed the phone. She's the only one who says it's on grass. And she says she picked up that phone and put it in her pocket. And then someone asked her if she had it, and she said yes. And she handed it over. This is all new info. I can't wait for Cross on this. Is anyone now speaking with a Boston accent? Says boho chic. You know, now and again, now and again. David, thanks for the super chat. I think Lally was trying to imply that Karen deleted the video when he was asking about the laptop. Yeah. And the computer room. I think you're right. I think you're right about that. I think you're right. All right, my friends. I think my mods need a break. We all need a break. It's 1:29. I have stream number 2, the afternoon stream, set up for 1:45. When I end this stream, it's going to take you right over to the new stream. So you can get in the chat right away and start chatting and not miss a beat, my friends. You're not going to miss a beat. So hang on. I'm going to teleport you over there. Let me know you made it over there safely. And I will see you at 1:45, which is about 15 minutes. I'm going to get up and stretch, and I suggest that you all do the same. Deep cleansing breaths. Take a break. Namaste. See you over on the other side.